So welcome into the hot shop, you guys. So you'll see pretty soon here, it won't matter where you sit necessarily, because we'll have some cameras following the artist movements around up on the screen. And pretty soon I should have some closed captioning too. Might just have to give it a couple minutes. But today you'll see our resident hot shop team on the floor. So these guys work here for the museum. They're a resident team. They help visiting artists that come through. And today we'll be working specifically on an important project for Red Hot. And Red Hot is an annual auction we have. It's coming up on September 20th. We're going to be making some goblets for that auction, which I know it's going to be a little hard to see from over there, but we have these goblets on display right here and an image of them up on the screen. So this is the theme that we're going with for this Red Hot. Yeah, welcome into the hot shop. Yeah, feel free to sit wherever you like, because we are starting over at the left bench, but we will be working mostly at the center bench. You can see we have this small light set up. When we're working at this smaller scale, I think it's helpful for the artist to have extra light. Which, speaking of small scale, this is what we're seeing them make today. These goblets right here, like you see on the front pedestal. And it's all starting with just a little bit of prep work. We're heating up some colored glass and we're shaping it into a nice point. And this is our resident hot shop team, so if you've been here before, these may be familiar faces to you already. These are specifically being made for an auction called Red Hot that we have each year. It's coming up on September 20th, and we need to have 50 goblets by that time. I think we already are really close to that number, but we'll probably make as many as we can today and then choose the best ones for the auction. And just to mention real quick, we may be waiting for some things to warm up, so I'm not sure if we're going to see too much building quite yet. So we're going to get started on the bowl of the goblet, which of course is the drinking portion of the goblet. So Ben has gathered some clear glass on the end of this blowpipe. The way that we start bubbles in general, we roll the glass on the marver to cool and shape the glass, and then we blow into the opposite end of the pipe. That air travels through the straw-like pipe and then inflates the glass like a balloon. And again, we have a pretty good view of this up on the screen for anyone who may not be in the perfect location to see Ben working at the bench. So this is blown out really quickly. Looks like maybe there's something up with the glass, small particle, air bubble. I've also heard of cordage inside of the tanks every once in a while. Yeah, exactly. So all of these guys on the floor, they've been working with glass for about 20 to 30 years. And so they're very professional. They make everything look very smooth and effortless. So we have multiple of these open face furnaces called glory holes to reheat the glass. And we have, looks like 2 of them on today just so that we can work at 2 places at the same time. So they're not necessarily different from each other. They both run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And then the glass that's inside of the tank with the closed door, that's the furnace, and that sits at a more consistent temperature right around 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And again, for those who just joined in, the goblets you see on this far pedestal here, this is what we are making today. So each year we have an auction called Red Hot, and this year it's coming up on September 20th. We will create sets of goblets and decanters based off of a theme each year. So this is the theme for the year and what you can expect to see. We have to have 35 decanters and 50 goblets. So we're finishing off the goblets before that due date comes up. And each of these is signed and numbered on the bottom as well, which is really cool. And this is the only time you can buy them. They're only made that one time. So after blowing out the overall shape of the bowl, we're bringing over these small bits of clear just clear molten glass that's being attached onto the end. And this is forming a connection point for the bowl to be attached to the stem. It's called the evolio. Yeah, you'll see it's this really dainty little piece of glass. Yeah, it looks like they're just redoing a section of the evolio. Also, just to mention, the way that we will work on goblets is we'll usually make multiple of the bowls in a row. We'll set them aside to stay warm, and then we'll make multiple of, well, we'll make the stems one by one and attach the bowls on top. Yeah, it's hard to see these details from far away, but for the rim of the bowl and for the rim of the foot, and then this little stamp on the side, this is all the same color. It's this really rich, dark, transparent red color, and this stamp is a little berry. So this is where the color is coming from. They add that stamp first, and the other colors will come later. So we will see pretty soon they'll flip the orientation of the piece, and then they'll add this rim of color as well, using that same bit of color. So we always just reshape it and then set it aside again. And could I have the image of color bar real quick, please? I think I have enough time to just quickly show this off. So up on the screen, this is an image of how this color started off. So we get these shipped in from a few different companies. We'll break off sections and attach it to the end of our pipe and just melt it down and use it that way. Thank you. And just a moment ago, I mentioned flipping the orientation. So we've just attached a pipe onto the end of the evolio. And now we will break the piece off from the pipe it was originally created on. So now we can start opening it up. We can add our lip wrap or rim of color to the opening. So we just trimmed the opening off. This is just getting rid of some excess, sorry, stumbling over my words, excess or extra glass. It tends to be a little bit thick where it was connected to that previous pipe. And they're going to soon be bringing that color back over again. They'll be wrapping that around the lip or the opening. And this is why it's important that we have 2 of the glory holes lit up so that we can heat up and work with multiple pieces of glass at the same time. So that color's touched down, and then as they roll away from themselves, it follows all the way around. It's basically just hot sticking to hot. And then anything we want to keep warm, we'll set aside in the garage. I'm not sure if I've pointed this out to you guys yet, but this silver box is where we'll be putting the bowl of the goblet when we're done, as well as that color that we just put in to keep it at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And that just prevents it from breaking while we prepare the other parts of the piece. So Ben is cutting at that connection with some shears before knocking it off onto a heated tray. Specifically, we don't want that hot glass to touch anything cold, so we'll heat that up a little bit beforehand. And now it is set aside in the garage. And again, usually we'll make multiple of those bowls before moving on to assembly. I know that we have some in there already, so we'll just kind of have to wait and see what they do next. And if anyone ever has any questions, whether it's about the artists or about glass in general or things you might even see in the galleries, I know you guys haven't had time to go in the galleries yet, feel free to let me know. So we've gathered up some clear glass again, rolling it on the marver. The marver is the table made out of stainless steel, but it has this, specifically this thick slab of stainless steel on top. So it'll really suck the heat out of the glass, and that can benefit us. Makes it so it doesn't blow out too much in one direction versus another. So in this case, we rolled the tip of the bubble, the end of the bubble on the table, and we're just trying to cool that end down so it doesn't blow out too much and get too thin. And now we'll see the blowing process from the beginning. So surprisingly, the heat only travels so far through the stainless steel and then it kind of just stops or peters out. So we avoid touching maybe this length of the pipe after the glass, and everything else is perfectly safe. And the tools, they're also stainless steel as long as we're not working with crazy amounts of glass. The tools are going to stay completely cold on the handle. I like to compare glass blowing to working in the kitchen. So as long as we're not touching the wrong part of the pan, as long as we're not touching food in the pan, aka the glass, then we'll be perfectly fine. Yeah. Hey, welcome into the hot shop, you guys. The speakers are facing away from you, so can you hear me? That's exactly what I thought. I was just saying the speakers are facing away from you, so you might not be able to hear me very well, but I was going to try to give you an introduction as to what we have happening. You guys could take your time up there, there's no rush. I just wanted to see if you could hear me. Hey, welcome into the hot shop. So today we have our resident hot shop team. These guys work here at the museum on the hot shop floor full time. And they have between 20 and 30 years of experience blowing glass individually. So these guys are very experienced. They make everything look very easy. And today, as you might already be able to tell, we are going to be working on some goblets. And these are the exact ones that we're going to be making right here on the front pedestal. These are for our upcoming Red Hot auction that we have once a year. That's coming up on September 20th, and we need 50 of these goblets total. I think we're getting pretty close to that number, but we're trying to finish them off today. So right now we're working on the bowl of the goblet. This is a little detail or accent that we're adding to the side. A molten bit of colored glass is attached and then stamped with a berry stamp. So it ends up looking like a little blackberry. And we're just about to see a really important move where we bring over another pipe with some clear glass as an attachment point. We attach that to the end of our piece. We'll see this again later on. And then we break the piece off of its original pipe. And what this does is it flips the orientation of the piece so we can start working on the opposite side. Hey, welcome into the hot shop. Also, I just realized I haven't given you guys an overview of the hot shop itself, so I just want to describe the temperatures that we're working with in here and point out some pieces of equipment we're going to be using. So first of all, what we're using the most right now is this open face furnace for reheating the glass. This is called a glory hole, and it runs between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, so pretty warm. And at the left or the right of where we're working at the center bench here, we have these tanks with the closed doors. You can see a glow emanating from behind those doors. Just these little doors sitting just above waist height. And inside of those tanks, we have a crucible filled with molten clear glass. So this is where we're starting all of our projects. We gather up clear glass on the end of our pipe, just like gathering honey out of a pot, really. And it is textured a lot like honey as well. So if we stop turning, the glass will fall off center. It could even drip onto the floor. And this is why we have two of our glory holes on at the same time. Again, those reheating chambers. We need to be able to work at two places at the same time. So right now we're heating up that same color we used for this stamp, and we're going to wrap it around at the rim of the glass this time. So to create the lip wrap, that rim of color, we just lightly touch the color down, and then as we turn the pipe away, it follows and wraps all the way around. So now we have that really rich, transparent red right around the opening of the bowl. So now we go on the inside of the piece with the jacks, those two metal blades, and we flare this piece open to its full size. Yeah, we'll be using the jacks throughout the entire goblet making process. This entire process is moving very quickly. I think each of these pieces takes maybe 30 minutes. But what we'll usually do is we'll make multiple bowls in a row, and we'll set them aside to stay warm. And then we will start making the stems and the feet and just attach everything together one by one after preparing the bowls. So this is knocked off onto a heated tray and then brought over to the garage. This is where we're going to keep it warm. And this is also where we put our piece of color that we used just a moment ago. We had a lot of leftover, so we put it back in this box. It sits at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And I know that sounds really hot, but the glass is just warm enough to not break from thermal shock. So it's a very happy medium temperature for the glass. And yeah, for those who just joined in, I'll just point out again real quick these goblets on the pedestal closer to the right side of the hot shop. This is what we're going to be working on today. And they go along with these decanters. Specifically, each year we have our Red Hot auction around this time. And it's coming up on September 20th. This is this year's theme. So we're making 35 decanters and 50 goblets. And some people buy them in sets. That's why we make more of the goblets, so people can maybe buy a couple of them and a decanter. And yeah, these are, of course, sold at that auction. So we started fresh again. We just gathered a mass of clear glass from inside of the furnace. And we roll it on the marver. This metal table has a thick slab of stainless steel on top. This is cooling the glass, it's shaping the glass, and then we blow our bubble. So this can be easy to miss because it happens so quickly, but whenever we're blowing, where the blowing comes into glass blowing, we put our mouths on the end of the pipe. The pipe is like a straw, so that air just passes all the way through and it inflates the glass like a balloon. So we've blown this out. That means the walls are thinner and we have a bigger piece in the end. And then this is always fun to describe. So we use physics to shape the glass. We'll use gravity, just let it hang down, stretch out. Sometimes we'll create centrifugal force by spinning the glass. That outward pulling force from the spinning straightens and stretches the glass out. So now we have the overall shape for the bowl of our goblet, as you'll notice. We're going to start bringing over small bits of clear, which Sarah has brought over. Freshly molten, this is applied to the bottom of the bowl. And it's creating a connection point called an avolio. It's that really thin section of glass in between the ball, which is the stem, and then the bowl. And then I want to describe this in better detail. I know some of you guys already saw this earlier where we bring over the color and then we apply it to the side and stamp it. And for anyone that hasn't seen that yet, it's just this small little stamp on the side of the piece. So that's what we're about to create. So that color is brought over, applied to the side, stamp it with our little brass stamp. But I just wanted to make sure that you guys knew where this color was coming from. So could I have the color bar image on the screen, please? So while I have a little bit of time, that image should be popping up soon. Hopefully. Yeah, could I have the color bar image, please? Yay, there we go. So up on the screen, this is what we start off with. We get these bars shipped in from a few different companies. We will break sections of the bar off, heat it up, attach it to the end of our pipe, and then melt it down and use it in various ways. And the colors come from different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into the glass. Thank you. Yeah, it's the same ingredients. It just has additional metal oxides and minerals mixed inside of it to get those colors. And it is solid glass through and through. So if you break it, look at the cross section, it's all color. So I have some examples to give you. I don't know every single color mixture. It's a lot of chemistry. But for example, one of the more expensive colors that we'll see in glass is gold chloride. It's coming from gold chloride, I should say. It's more commonly referred to as cranberry pink. And yeah, it's this really rich pinkish purple color. I've been also bringing up some examples of when copper oxidizes, it turns that blue-green. Statue of Liberty is a really good example or comparison. If you were to use that in glass, it should turn a blue-green as well. We don't use lead in this hot shop. I'm not sure if it's used in hot shops in general. Might be. Yeah, no, not our hot shop though. And now we're ready to create our lip wrap. So maybe a little bit hard to tell, but we have a rim of color around the opening on the top of the bowl, and then we also have a rim of color just around the lip of the foot. Up on the screen is an image showing this happening in a freeze frame or closer up. Gives you guys a better idea of the lip wrap. It's just a rim of a different color. We'll usually do this while the piece is still not opened up all the way. And now we can open this up all the way, starting with a little puff of air from the Soffietta. That cone-shaped tool blocks off the opening of the piece, allowing us to reinflate it. So now this is knocked off onto a heated tray and then carried over to the garage, this large silver box closer to the front. And this just holds the glass warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit while we move on to some other steps or making more of the bowls. Sometimes we'll make multiple of those bowls in a row, and then we'll start assembling them all in a row. Also, I can answer any questions that you have about the building or anything you've seen in the galleries, for example. So feel free to ask away any questions you have. Yeah, I've gotten a lot of questions about that. So she's asking about the texture on the optic ball and the stem. So this is called an optic ball because we use an optic mold, and that mold imprints on the glass and leaves that texture behind. And luckily I have an image of this. Could I see the pineapple mold real quick, please? So I should have a little bit of time to show this off. This is the pineapple mold, has all these inward facing spikes. So when we push the glass into this mold, we're left with these kind of repeating diamond patterns that are imprinted in the glass. And when this is blown out, you can see those repeating diamonds a little bit better. Right now, this is not blown out very much compared to something like an ornament. You'll see that same texture in an ornament. And speaking of, it looks like we just used that mold, so we're moving on to assembling some of these goblets now. So what Ben did, he heated this up, he stuffed it into a mold which is on the floor to, wait, where is it? It was just behind Sarah. That's why I couldn't see it. So now we blow out our optic ball. We start building the lower half of our goblet piece by piece. And Sarah's just brought over a little bit of clear glass that is attached to the end of the optic ball. This will be shaped into what you could think of as a landing pad or just pad for the foot to be attached. Otherwise, it would be hard to just connect it straight to the optic ball. So this has been turned into a little disc. And now when it comes to the foot, this is, in my opinion, I'm not sure how they feel, one of the trickier parts of the process. So this is going to start as a blown bubble, which Gabe is making over on the right. And this will be brought over, and then quite literally they will hang it and drop it down onto the end of the optic ball where they created that little pad. So we can see this happening. Again, we're just dropping that bubble down. And this starts off completely sealed. So Ben has to find a way to open this up. And the way they do that is by sectioning it off and then breaking off one of these sections or the end section. So we just broke that end section off, meaning that we can go inside of this bubble and flare it open into that plate-like shape to create our foot. So we just did the same thing that we did for the opening of the bowl. We just brought over a little bit of colored glass and we wrapped it around what is going to be the rim of the foot. Just tying all those colors together throughout the piece. So everyone kind of has their own individual story as to how they got into glass blowing. There's a program out here in Tacoma where you can start blowing glass as young as 12 years old. It's called Hilltop Artists. So I started blowing glass at 15, and after school club, they have a hot shop in the back of a middle school and a high school here. And if anyone is interested or knows someone that would be interested in that program, you could just look it up, Hilltop Artists, or I could give you a little flyer as well. It is free for the kids, so it's a really good opportunity. But some other artists in the area, they will have gone to college. They may have taken a random elective class, glass blowing, and then discovered they really liked it and kind of continued. Some of them started working maybe in the middle of the night, charging the furnaces by filling them up, and then slowly kind of work their way up and learn more. It really just depends on the person. Glass blowing is pretty niche, so it is hard to get into if you don't just kind of stumble upon it or it's given to you. Like, we have a lot of youth programs here in Tacoma, so it's just a really good way to get into it if you start young. Yeah, so they are just double checking the measurements, but so far they haven't really had to alter them very much. And I mean, when you look at the final product, maybe some of them will be slightly taller or shorter. This is not a good example. These are perfectly the same. Mostly it's experience. Yeah, again, these guys, they've been working with glass for about 20 to 30 years individually, so they can gather the same amount of glass each time. They'll blow it out the exact same amount each time. It's a lot of muscle memory. And now we will see them put this entire goblet together. We've finished the foot and the stem. So to finish the goblet off, we bring over one more small bit of clear. That is attached to the top of the stem, basically acting like glue as we go ahead and attach the bowl of the goblet. And then this smaller pipe is broken away, leaving us with an assembled goblet. I'm sure you guys are already impressed, but I was going to mention goblets are one of the most technically challenging things you can make out of glass just because there's so many small components that are all assembled one by one. Meaning if we heat this up too much, it's just going to lose its shape. If we get it too cold, it's going to crack and fall apart. So it's a really delicate balance, literally and metaphorically. So Ben is just very lightly pushing with this wooden paddle, straightening everything out. And it looks like we are ready to break this off and put it away. So we apply water near the end of the pipe, cracking that connection enough for it to pop off onto this heated fork that Gabe has ready. And that was a clean break. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing the goblet. And into the annealer it goes. So all of our finished pieces, they go in this box. It's going to slowly cool all that glass down at least overnight. So usually 8 to 12 hours. Those ones we made yesterday started cooling at about 5 p.m. and we're ready to open it up and look at them. So we'll see those pieces again tomorrow. And that was the first goblet of the day. So you guys got to see one full piece for the first time. Many more to come. We have to make 50 of these, not in one day. That would be insane. We already have a lot of them, so I think we're just trying to finish them off. But yeah, we're going to keep making them. I think we're going to continue putting them together specifically. So, yeah, that's a good question. We have different pieces of equipment, like the ones with the open faces, that's just for reheating the glass. That's why we go straight in there and straight back out. But with the ones with the closed doors, we go in at an angle and we're gathering up clear glass. So the only difference is one of them has glass, one of them is for heating. But yeah, we only have clear glass inside of our furnaces. We don't have color in them. We instead use solid pieces of color that we apply to the glass. And I can show you an example of that. It's the same thing, it's just a little bit of a wider diameter. Yeah, so we can make bigger pieces. And welcome into the hot shop to everyone who just joined in. We are going to be putting together another goblet, which you'll see right here on the front pedestal. Yeah, luckily we've got those good examples. Yeah, thank you. We'll be here till 5. And the people you see on the floor, they're our resident hot shop team. Yeah, of course. So these guys work here full time for the museum, specifically on the hot shop floor. And they will be making these goblets for our Red Hot auction coming up on September 20th. These guys all have between 20 and 30 years of experience blowing glass, so they make everything look really easy, very fluid, very smooth, but it's all of those years of practice. They've got so much muscle memory. And of course, we are starting on the stem right now, so we've blown out a ball, an optic ball, and we're going to be building our way towards the foot. So this bubble that they're attaching onto the end, this is going to turn into our foot. It starts off as a sealed bubble of clear. Ben has to heat this up and go through the process of opening this up. So he sits down, he uses first the jacks, which are these 2 straight metal blades. He sections off the bubble, and this end section will be broken off, which reveals a small opening into the remainder of the bubble. So Ben slightly opens that bubble up, and then we're bringing a bit of color over. This is going to be wrapped around just the rim of the foot, matching the rim of the bowl of the goblet. So we have a rim of color at the top and the bottom. So now that we have that rim of color, we can flare this open all the way into that plate-like shape for our foot, which I think you guys just joined in, so I'll point out again, this is what we're working on the front pedestal, these goblets here. And these are for our Red Hot auction coming up on September 20th. So we're making the rest of them, as many as we can. We need about 50 of them for the auction in total. We've already been building towards that number steadily. And you guys weren't here for the bowl making process, the drinking portion of the goblet, but we already have made multiple of these and we set them aside in the garage, which is this large silver box right here. So now, once we have the stem and the foot created, we can just pull one of those bowls out and attach it to the top. Sarah brings the punty over, which is a second pipe with some clear glass as an attachment. And this is attached to the center of the bottom of the foot so that we can break the stem away from this pipe. Because that's where we need to attach the bowl. So we need access to that spot. So this one step that's about to happen happens pretty quickly. We will bring a small bit of fresh molten clear glass over, attach this to the top of our stem, and then immediately attach the bowl. That bit of clear glass is going to act like glue and hold these pieces together. So we now have all of our pieces assembled. Yeah, it happens pretty quick once we have all the bowls made. They just kind of whip them out. Now Ben will just make sure everything's straightened out before we break this piece off and put it away. Yeah, we use natural gas for all that equipment along the wall. And we do sometimes use propane and oxygen for these smaller kind of handheld torches. I don't see any out at this moment, and we won't be using any today, but yeah, for the most part we use natural gas. Oh, and now we are applying some water near the end of the pipe. This is going to crack that connection enough for it to pop off. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that goblet. Thank you, everyone. And into the annealer it goes. I know you guys haven't seen this box used yet. It's currently sitting at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. It's going to hold them all at that warm temperature throughout the day as we load it up. And then eventually, when we're done, we press a button and it slowly cools everything all at once, which prevents thermal shock. And just to show, we made all those goblets on the left yesterday. You can see some of them closer to the right side inside of that annealer. So we started cooling that at about 5 p.m. and then we only just opened it up maybe 15 minutes ago. So Ben has blown a small bubble of clear, shaped it, and then stuffed it inside of a mold on the floor. This is the pineapple mold, which luckily I can show an image off on the screen so you can see the inside of this mold. So up on the screen, there it is now. So those spikes, they push into the glass when we push the bubble in there, essentially, or we're pushing the glass into the spikes. That creates these square dimples across the surface of the piece. So when we blow it out, we have this repeating diamond pattern. And this is used for ornaments as well, so that same repeating diamond pattern you'll see for ornaments uses the pineapple mold. Thank you. So we brought a bit of clear over, we attached that onto the end of the optic ball, and this has been shaped into a disc. This is where we'll be attaching the foot. And I think you guys joined in just as we were dropping the foot for the last one. So now you're kind of caught up. And I don't know if I already mentioned this to you guys. Feel free to ask questions. I think, for example, you've probably already been in the galleries, so if you see something in the galleries, you're wondering how they got a specific color or pattern, feel free to ask about things you see in there as well. Yeah, where were you guys visiting from? Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, welcome into the hot shop. We're working on the stem and the foot of these goblets right here, which, yeah, these goblets are specifically for our Red Hot auction coming up on September 20th. We need 50 of these goblets completed. We already are very close to that goal. And the people you see working on the floor, these guys work for the museum. They're our resident hot shop team. And they each have about 20 to 30 years of experience at blowing glass, which is why they will make everything look very smooth. We've just stuffed the glass bubble into a mold on the floor. That's the pineapple mold. Has all those inward facing square spikes. So we now have this repeating diamond pattern for our optic ball. And next we bring over a fresh bit of clear. This is attached to the end of the optic ball. And this is where we'll be eventually attaching our foot for the goblet. And I know you guys joined in after we finished the bowl of the goblet, so I just want to point out that we have those staying warm inside of this silver box right here. So we'll just pull one of those out once we're ready, and we can attach it to the stem and foot. So to create the foot, Gabe has blown another bubble of clear glass. This is going to be heated up before being dropped, quite literally dropped, onto the end of the stem. Yeah, this is something I haven't quite pointed out today, but if anyone else is curious, just kind of answering a question and mentioning something, we are using these buckets of water to shock the glass off of the pipe that remains on the pipe. So whenever we finish bringing something over or we are finished using a pipe, there's always a bit of glass left connected to it. we'll just dunk it in some water, and that'll shock and start breaking the glass off of the pipe. Also, we've just brought over a small bit of color. This has been lightly touched down onto the rim of the foot. And then as we turn, it follows all the way around, creating a lip wrap or a rim of color. And now Ben can start opening this up to its full size. So now we have our stem and our foot, but you'll notice we have the top of the stem still attached to the pipe. This is where we need to attach the bowl. So pretty soon we will be bringing over another pipe, some clear glass on the end as an attachment point that'll be attached to the center of the bottom of the foot. And then we'll break this entire piece of glass off of the pipe that it's on right now. So Sarah's just brought that punty over, the punty being that second pipe, that clear glass. And to break the piece away, Ben just squeezes down with the shears and gives the pipe a tap. And the next step is the biggest one, where we attach our two pieces of glass together. So Sarah brings over a bit of fresh molten clear glass. Small amount of this is applied to the top of the stem before immediately attaching the bowl, connecting all of the components of our goblet together. So just like that, we now have everything assembled. There's still some heat in that connection. Ben will heat up the entire piece of glass overall and start straightening things out. And I did get a question about this earlier. This is a wooden paddle that we're using. We don't want any cold metal tools to touch the glass. At this point, the glass is very close to solid, if not completely solid, and we could create thermal shock. So we use an insulating material like wood to adjust things and be able to touch the glass. So just like that, we finished our goblet. Another one done. I think that's the third or fourth. And could I have the pineapple mold up on the screen again, please? So someone just asked about the texture inside of the stem or inside of the optic ball. So this is achieved through the pineapple mold, which we see up on the screen. Has all these inward-facing spikes. So when we push the glass bubble into that, we get this repeating diamond pattern just from those spikes pushing into the glass. This is the same thing they use for holiday ornaments, so you see ornaments with that repeating diamond pattern as well. It's the same mold that is used for that process. Thank you. And could I have the pony pulling video, please? I like to show this off just for fun. So something satisfying. Whenever they have leftover bits of colored glass on the end of the pipe, they will gather up some clear glass over top, and just using the residual heat from that fresh clear glass coming from the furnace, they pull a pony out of the glass, all in one go. If they were to reheat this piece of glass, they could lose details that they got in the head or, the mane, the nose, those spindly legs. So it's done all in one heat. When you see someone make a pony this good, you can assume that they've made at least 1,000 of these. This person worked at our hot shop as well. His name's Nick, and he used to have a ton of his ponies just sitting around in various places, but now we just collect them all on top of the furnaces specifically, which I know it's so hard to see. That's why I wish they were out other places, but we have a bunch of ponies on top of the furnaces. So this is where we start. We have a single layer or gather of clear glass on the end of our pipe. And Ben is able to blow into the other end of the pipe to expand this glass like a balloon. And could I have a view of the center bench, please? Thank you. So we should have a good view of this up on the screen too. Ben is stuffing the bubble of glass inside of a mold right now, and that mold is going to give him the texture for the stem. And then we start building towards the foot of the goblet. So this is where we're going to be attaching the foot later on. And this is how we create the foot. So I know you guys just joined in. We're making these goblets on the front pedestal right there, specifically. And this is the stem of the goblet that we already have made. And this is going to be the foot that Gabe is working with over on the right. So it's a bubble of clear glass that's blown out, it's brought over, and it's quite literally dropped onto the end of the stem. Yeah, for those who are just joining in, we have a good view up on the screen, but we're going to continue to work on our goblets right here on the front pedestal. And we're at the point where we're going to start flaring open this foot. We do have some colored glass that we're going to be bringing over and attaching to just the rim of the foot. So Sarah brought over some colored glass. This is lightly touched down, and then it wraps all the way around. And could I see the color wrap, or the, I guess, lip wrap specifically, image up on the screen? Thanks. So I just wanted to make sure you guys could see this. This is a more close-up image of what just happened. So we are working pretty small scale today. Thank you. So now that we've flared this open all the way, we can sandwich it between the jacks and a wooden paddle on the bottom, just straightening it out. So now we have all of the pieces for this goblet made. We have the stem, we have the foot, and we have the bowl of the goblet sitting inside of the garage, this large silver box right here, at just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's been staying warm in there. To be able to attach these two pieces together, we'll transfer this piece of glass to a different pipe. So pretty soon here, this is when we're going to be attaching those two pieces of the glass together after we have flipped the orientation of the piece. As you saw, we now have access to the top of the stem. So Sarah will bring over a small bit of clear, and Gabe will bring over the bowl, and we'll attach the two together using a little bit of clear glass as glue, essentially. So now that our two pieces are connected, we have our finished goblet. Ben will lightly heat this up, he'll straighten things out, and then we can break it off and put it away. We break the piece off by applying water near the end of the pipe and then tapping a pipe to send a vibration through. And just like that, we finished another one of these goblets. This box that's going inside of is also pretty warm. It's sitting at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, or 900 degrees Fahrenheit, more specifically. And this is going to eventually, very slowly, come down overnight, usually about 12 hours or so. And then we'll be able to see those pieces again tomorrow. Yeah, so this is the stem and the foot. This is just closer to the beginning of the process. Right now, we're creating the foot specifically. So it starts off as a bubble, and we have to open it up and flare it out. And we did also add a little accent of color to the rim of the foot and the rim of the glass. I know it's a little bit hard to see, but that's what Sarah has just brought over, was some colored glass. And could I have the image of color bar on the screen, please? So up on the screen, if you haven't seen this yet, this is how all of our colored glass starts. And yeah, we get it shipped in this form. It's called color bar. Once again, we break off sections of it, attach it to the end of a pipe, and then we melt that down and use it in the hot shop in various ways. For today, we've just been adding little bits of it, but we can also layer it within the walls of the piece to create a piece that has a really smooth, even color. Like this piece of blue glass right here. That's how they did it with this one. So it's very smooth, there's no markings. So same process as earlier, we're attaching that pipe to the center of the bottom of the foot, and then we'll break the top of the stem away from that original pipe. And now we can bring our two pieces together again. So I'm sure you guys have already noticed at this point, but we will usually make multiple of the bowls, the drinking portion of the goblet. We'll set them all aside and keep them warm. And then we'll start making all of the goblets kind of at once. We'll start putting them all together like this. Yeah, welcome into the hot shop. We're going to be working on these goblets right here throughout the day today. We just finished another one. And we're just getting ready to break it off and put it away. And welcome into the hot shop. We have our resident hot shop team on the floor. So these guys that you see working throughout the day today, they work here at the museum full time. And they usually help visiting artists that come through. But whenever we have moments without visiting artists, we'll work on other projects like today. So we're specifically seeing them make these goblets. I know you didn't quite see the last piece. We just finished one, but this is what we'll see them making today. And we're making about 50 of these for the upcoming Red Hot auction, again, September 20th. We're getting pretty close to that number, I believe. It all starts with a single gather of clear glass on the end of our pipe. This glass, when it's fresh out of the furnace, is at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And it's kind of the texture of honey. And we're getting started on another stem. So lucky for you guys, you're going to see one goblet fully assembled. What we do is we'll make multiple of these bowls and set them aside to stay warm. So we've already done that. We have one of these bowls to use for this piece. We're going to get started on the stem or the optic ball right here. So for those who just joined us in the hot shop, I was just pointing out this goblet, some of the details to another guest. This is what we're working on right now. And we are starting on the stem first, which you could see Ben working on at the center bench. Then we'll be adding on the foot of the goblet. And we already have the bowl of the goblet created. It's set aside right now, staying warm. We'll bring it all together. This is a relatively quick process. I think in total, each of these goblets is about 30 minutes. It's hard to get an exact number since we do all of it in chunks, I guess. Make multiple bowls, set it aside. So we're just now adding on another bubble of clear. This is going to be opened up and flared out into our foot. And any glass that's left on the pipes is dunked into a bucket of water to shock and crack the glass off, so that way we can use that pipe again. most of the glass that is broken off onto the floor, it's picking up particles and wax and just a bunch of debris. So we don't reuse that glass. But luckily, we create very little scrap. I mean, we've been working since 10 a.m., and this is all we've created so far. Most of it's hollow, very thin. We reuse a lot of our clear glass, though, by just crushing it up and throwing it back into the furnace. And that is specifically what you'll see inside of those large buckets right by the furnace with the closed door. Also, what we just saw there, Sarah brought over a bit of color. This was lightly touched down on the opening of that bit of clear glass. This is going to create a rim of color just for the foot. We also have that same rim of color for the opening of the goblet. So now we can just work on completely flaring this open. So now we have our stem, we have our foot, and again, we've already made the bowl, which Gabe is going to start heating up inside of this silver box. There's a flame in the corner. Just going to heat it up a little bit further before bringing it over. And right now we still have the top of our stem attached to that pipe that we have here at the center bench. So we'll be attaching another pipe to the center of the bottom of the foot and then breaking that away. So Sarah's just brought that pipe over. This has a little bit of clear glass on the end to attach to the bottom. So now we just have the one final move to attach these pieces of glass together. Sarah will be bringing over a fresh molten bit of clear glass that'll be attached to the top of the stem. And then immediately, we already have our bowl ready to attach to the top of the stem, connecting everything together. And just like that, we have all of our components of the goblet assembled. Yeah, I know, it's like so intense while holding our breath. All of these pieces of glass, as I'm sure you can tell, are very thin, whether it's just the walls of the bowl or the connections between the individual pieces of glass, making it really tricky, technically challenging to put together and handle. These are very breakable pieces of glass, but these guys have been working with glass for 20 to 30 years individually, so they make everything look very smooth and effortless. And now at this point, we are ready to break this piece of glass off the pipe and put it away. So we apply water and then give it a little tap. And that cleanly broke the piece off the pipe. This annealer, this box, is where we've been putting all of our finished pieces. They sit at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit in there. And then at the end of the day, when we're completely done, we press a button to slowly cool everything all at once. Yeah, that annealing cycle is really important to avoid thermal shock. Actually, yeah, if you look both on the inside of the bowl, which you saw they had a little pipe attached in there, and then also on the very middle of the foot, you will see a little mark from where it was connected to the pipe. I personally like when I can see stuff like that because it shows that it was handmade. Yeah, it's not rough. They actually smooth the bottom out, it looks like, with the Dremel that they use to sign the bottom. Yeah, exactly. So the tanks with the closed doors specifically, that's where we're getting all of our clear molten glass. It's just sitting inside of a giant ceramic crucible in a pool. It's up to 1,000 pounds of glass in there, which is very impressive. So we're starting on the stem of the goblet again. And I didn't show some of you guys earlier, but did you see the pineapple mold already? Yeah, okay. Let's see. So let's have the... Yeah, the pineapple mold is up on the screen now. So this is... Basically, it has all these inward-facing square spikes or pyramid shapes that push into the glass, or the glass pushes into it when we go inside of the mold. And that leaves us with this repeating diamond pattern across the surface of our piece. So that's what we've done for the stem of this goblet. And that's what a lot of holiday ornaments use as well, to get that same repeating diamond pattern. And yeah, of course, the reason I'm bringing this up, I was just showing another guest in the audience, but we're working on those goblets right now that you see on the front pedestal. Right behind me at the center bench, we're starting with the stem first, and then we'll move on to the foot. And we already have the bowl of the goblet created, set aside in the garage, staying warm. And welcome to those that just joined in. We are working on some goblets, which you'll see here on the front pedestal, just to point them out to you guys. So this is the theme for this year's Red Hot auction. We have a yearly auction around this time of year called Red Hot. It's coming up on September 20th, and we need 35 decanters and 50 goblets each year. And we, I think, are getting pretty close to that number. I don't know exactly how many we have, but we made all of those yesterday in that left annealer, and then we're already off to a pretty good start today. I think we have 4 or 5 in there waiting for us to see tomorrow. And then we're making our next one now. So we're flaring out the foot. We'll straighten that out, and then again, we already have the bowl created for this goblet, so we'll just be able to bring it out and then bring the two together. So we attached that second pipe to the bottom of the foot, which gives us access to the top of the stem. This is, of course, where we're going to be attaching the bowl, very important. And the finishing move for this goblet is really quick. We just bring over a small bit of clear, we attach that to the top of the stem, and that acts like a glue as we immediately attach the bowl. And I emphasize that it's quick, I just don't want anyone to miss it. So this is a fresh, hot bit of clear glass, meaning when we attach these two pieces together, again, it's going to act like a glue and just hold everything in place. And we just break away this second pipe. We're left with a completely assembled goblet. This will be lightly heated up and then straightened out before we break it off and put it away. This is knocked off onto a heated fork. We don't want that hot glass to touch any cold metal. And then immediately brought over to the annealer where it'll cool down overnight. So we won't see those pieces again until tomorrow morning. We just opened that one up maybe at like 11 or so. So welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. We're working on the stem of one of these goblets right here. And we already have the bowl of the goblet made, the drinking portion. That's set aside. It's staying warm while we finish off the rest of the piece. And then we'll bring the two together. And these are being made for our Red Hot auction coming up on September 20th. It's an entire day. We shut down the museum, and guests who have bought tickets come in and they buy goblets and decanters, which you see on the front pedestal there, but they also can bid on auction items. We just have a ton of artwork that we sell and auction off to raise funds for the museum. So that is coming up very quickly. This is our resident hot shop team, of course. So these people work here full time on the hot shop floor. Usually we have visiting artists in very frequently, but whenever we have time, we make store items or we do auction items, commissions. That additional clear glass bubble that we've just attached to the end right there, this is eventually going to become the foot. We're going to open this up and flare it out. So we've already started to open this up a little bit, but we're going to pause and bring over this bit of color. This will be touched down on the rim of the foot and then wrapped all the way around, creating something called a lip wrap. So we just now have this rim of color, again, just for the foot. And then we also have a rim of that same color for the opening of the piece up top, just to tie everything together. So now Ben will finish flaring this open the rest of the way, continuing to use the jacks, which are those two metal blades. This is the same way we would open up something like a bowl or a cup. We always use the jacks and then go on the inside and just lightly lift up the wall. So you guys saw this with the last one, but we're at that same point again where we're just about to flip the orientation of this piece of glass so that we can attach that bowl to the top. And welcome into the hot shop, everyone. So earlier today we were working on some goblets, and luckily we have these on display right in the front, closer to the right side of the hot shop here. So we'll be continuing to make these goblets. If you didn't already know, these are for our upcoming auction that we have each year called Red Hot. It's going to be happening on September 20th, and we need a total of 35 of those decanters and 50 of those goblets. So we're trying to finish that number off. What we usually do is we'll make multiple bowls for the goblets, the drinking portion. We'll set them aside, and then we will start on those stems and feet and put them all together. So we can expect to see maybe a bowl made for our goblet. And let's give you guys an overview of the hot shop. So Gabe is in the back dipping inside of this tank with that closed door. And inside of this tank we have a pool of molten glass sitting inside of a ceramic crucible. And this is sitting at just about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's the temperatures that we're working with in here. And then with these open face furnaces, we do have 2 of these on, so we can work at 2 different benches at the same time, which you'll see even starting now. These run between 21 and 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, so just a little bit warmer for reheating the glass only. So to start us off, again, we just have clear glass on the end of this pipe. We've blown it out, and we're now stretching the glass out, just creating a longer, taller shape for our piece. To make this more cylindrical, we keep the jacks, those 2 metal blades, on the side of the piece as we continue to blow it out a little bit further. And at the same time, Gabe has pulled out a piece of color on the end of this pipe, and he's going to start heating this up and shaping it into a fine point. And just to share with you all, if anyone's curious about colored glass, we're not going to be working with it a ton. We're just going to be using these small amounts here and there. But let's have that image of color bar up on the screen, please. Thank you. So up on the screen, I just wanted to show this off if anyone hasn't seen it yet. This is something called color bar. It's solid colored glass through and through. It's different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into the clear glass mixture. It's melted down and rolled into these bars. So we get these shipped in. We break off sections of them at a time, and we melt it down and use it in the hot shop. We brought over a couple of bits of clear and attached it to the bottom of the bowl. This is creating something called the avolio. It's basically just a connection point between the stem and the bowl. It's a really fine piece of glass. I mean, all of these components are so thin, so small, making goblets very technically challenging to make. Yeah, so we blow a lot of the different components. We blow this ball for the stem as well. It's completely hollow. And the foot is also initially a blown bubble that's attached to the bottom and then opened up. So we have at least 3 different blown components in this goblet. Oh, also, we've just brought that color over. Gabe attached it to the side, and then this was stamped. The stamp is a little berry. I think it's meant to look something like a little blackberry on the side of the glass. And this is a really important step. We've attached another pipe to the end of the piece, and then we broke it off of that original pipe. We'll do this later on as well when we're working on the stem and the foot area, but we need to flip the orientation so we can start working on that opposite side. So all of the scrap that falls on the floor, this is stuff we wouldn't reuse just because it's hot when it falls down, so it could be picking up debris and wax off the floor and all sorts of things. And sometimes there's little bits of color and little bits of clear together, so it can't be used for either of them as that one thing anymore. Also, we are just trimming a little bit of glass off the opening of the piece, getting us to a more exact size and also getting rid of some thickness that may be where it was attached to that previous pipe. And this is the second moment where you'll see us use that same piece of color. Gabe has brought it back over, and this is going to be attached to the rim of the glass as they turn away. This follows all the way around, and it creates something called a lip wrap. So you'll see with these glasses, we have a rim of color around the foot, and then we also have a rim of color around the top of the glass as well. Also, could we have the goblet and decanter photo up on the screen? So I just wanted to make sure to pop this up on the screen because I know some of you are sitting maybe a little too far away to see the ones on the pedestal. So this is our theme for this year's Red Hot auction. And then, of course, on the right, this is the goblet that we are making right in front of you guys. Thank you. So the people who work on the floor here, they've all been blowing glass for about 20 to 30 years individually. So they're very professional glass artists. They've all been working together for a very long time as well, which is why they're moving so seamlessly and, yeah, make everything look very easy. I know, yeah, stuff breaks. And I don't know, maybe he wasn't happy with it and knocked it off. I missed the split second where it happened. But luckily, again, since we're making these goblets in components, we'll make multiple of these in a row. We'll set them aside, and then we'll focus on making the second half and put them together. So earlier, we did have one that we completely assembled, and then it popped off right here. That connection just wasn't happy. So they were able to save the bowl and just make a new stem and foot, for example. So again, Sarah's bringing over these molten bits of clear, and we're attaching these to the end of the bowl or the bottom of the bowl. This will become the avolio, a connection point between the bowl and the stem. And this is made in two parts. So this first one was flattened down for the most part against the bowl. So same thing again, we've attached our bit of color. This is stamped down, that little brass stamp. And he did blow a little puff of air just to cool it. If we don't cool it, the glass can start to sink in on itself from that heat, from the fresh bit of color. And even if the glass looks cold, the glass is probably not moving very much. If you were to tap it with a tool, it would ring, sitting at just about 1000 degrees Fahrenheit still. If we let it drop too far below that temperature, then it can break from thermal shock. So we have various ways of keeping the glass warm. I know that looks like one very smooth move, but just to point out the specific things that are going into that move, Ben is using his tweezers, which you can think of that metal as cold. Touching that connection will create thermal shock. It'll crack that connection enough that when he taps the pipe, sends a vibration to those cracks and it just pops a piece off. I think if the glass is thin enough, you could even just apply a little bit of torque to the glass. You could twist it. Oh, and the tapping he was doing, I think there must have just been a small particle of glass that had fallen into the piece, so he's angling it and just trying to get it out before he moved on. And then we trim a little bit of excess glass away. So again, we're creating that lip wrap, that rim of color. And to show you guys better, let's have the lip wrap diagram up on the screen, please. I just wanted to make sure that everyone can fully see what's happening when we're doing this. So this is a diagram for a much larger piece, which makes it easier to see how that color is wrapping all the way around. And yeah, now we have a rim of this really rich red color. It's a transparent color. And colors do act kind of weird when we work with them in the hot shop, depending on what it is. They will look different when we're working with them and then cool to the color that they're supposed to be. So once we finish each of these bowls, we knock them off onto a heated tray, just making sure the cold glass doesn't touch cold metal, which could crack it. And then this goes inside of the garage, which is this large silver box. This is where we've been keeping all of the bowls warm throughout the day. Earlier today we had a good 6 to 8 in there, and then we were just pulling them out one by one and attaching them to the top of our stems. And again, usually we will make multiple of those bowls in a row, and then we'll start assembling them together. So we can expect to see some more bowls made next. And just in case you guys didn't already know, if anyone has any questions, whether it's things you've seen in the gallery, like certain patterns, or questions about the museum, or just glass in general, feel free to ask away. Yeah, I've actually got a little spiel about the building that we're inside of. So everything opened up at the same time, the Bridge of Glass and the Museum of Glass and this cone for the hot shop. It was built to be a hot shop, so it wasn't anything else in the past. But it is based off of something in the past. It's based off of these wood burners that used to be scattered along this waterway. They were used for burning wood scraps. It was a huge logging area, and they were no longer needed after a certain point of time. So they demolished them, they cleaned up the area, they built a museum, but to pay tribute to what the area used to be and kind of point out the history, they built this cone the same shape as those burners. So we actually got started right away on one of our stems. So in the very beginning, I know I didn't describe this, but we heated up the glass bubble and we stuffed it inside of a mold on the floor just to the left of where Ben is standing right now. And let's have that pineapple mold up on the screen, please. Just want to make sure you guys can see what this mold looks like. So up on the screen, this is the texture that's on the inside. When we push that glass bubble in, we are creating this repeating diamond pattern across the surface of the glass bubble. It's the same thing that's used for ornaments, for example. Thank you. And then onto that stem, we've just added a little bit of clear glass that we will be attaching our foot to. So this is going to turn into our foot. So this bubble started off as completely closed off, but by sectioning it off and then breaking off that end section like we just did here, this is revealing a small opening left over into that remaining section. So this is from where Ben will go inside and start flaring it open. And we have that same bit of color again that we've been using, that we will touch down on the rim of the foot and wrap all the way around. So now that we have flared our foot all the way open to its full size, we'll be attaching another pipe right to the center of the bottom of the foot. So I mentioned way earlier that we'd be seeing this again where we transfer our piece to a different pipe. We always need to work on both sides of the piece at some point. In this case, we need access to the top of the stem so that way we can attach our bowl. And again, that bowl has been sitting inside of the garage. There's a flame in the corner that Gabe is using to heat this up a little bit further before he brings it out. So to attach these two pieces together, Sarah's gathering one more little bit of molten clear glass fresh out of the furnace. This is brought over and attached to the top of the stem. And then immediately after, Gabe is already prepared with the bowl. That bit of clear is acting like a glue. It'll hold those pieces together, and we'll break this secondary pipe away, leaving us with all of our pieces connected. Now this will be straightened out and then eventually broken off of this pipe and put away completely. So we apply a little bit of water near the end of the pipe, give it a tap, and let's give them a round of applause for completing that goblet. Thank you, everyone. Very strong round of applause. That was awesome. So this is inside of the annealer now. If you haven't seen this box already, it sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit constantly, and we eventually turn it off with just the press of a button. It cools everything all at once, very slowly, usually for about 12 hours. So we'll see that piece again tomorrow. Those ones, for example, those were made yesterday. We started cooling them at about 5 p.m. and then we just opened up the doors at about 11. So it takes that long for everything to safely cool and avoid thermal shock. And this is a continuous process, so we'll keep making these in just a moment. If there's anything anyone's curious about, I've got a plethora of knowledge to share with you about different patterns and techniques. How do you make crystal glass? I don't know what crystal is made out of for some reason. I assume it's a slightly different mixture or a completely different mixture, but I know that all glasses mostly use just silica sand, or like the main ingredient is silica sand. It's like how different candies will have different little fruits or something that's added to it, but mostly it's just sugar. So I really like using food analogies for glass. Is it leaded glass? Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, then there's your answer. I learn something new every day. There's a program out here where you can start blowing glass as young as 12 years old in two different hot shops. One is in the back of a middle school here, one's in the back of a high school. So I started blowing glass at 15 in a high school after school club. And that program's called Hilltop Artists. It's free for those kids who participate in those various programs. There's summer programs, during the day electives, tons of different ways to get involved. And then for kids 12 and under, there's Kids Design Glass, where they submit a drawing to the museum, and it has the chance to be turned into a piece of glass by our team here. This is done once a month, I believe. They will choose a drawing, and they'll make two. One goes home with the family, and then one stays here at the museum. So there's a couple of ways to get involved. And just in case anyone wasn't here for the last piece that we just finished, wanted to reintroduce our project just real quick. So we have our resident hot shop team on the floor today. These guys work here full time on the hot shop floor as our resident team. They'll help visiting artists that come through, which we have so many visiting artists each year. And they also will make store items, they'll make commission pieces, they will make these auction pieces that we're making today. So these goblets that we're making are specifically for the Red Hot auction coming up on September 20th. And we, of course, have a couple of physical displays of the goblets down on this front table. But for those who are sitting a little far away, could I have the image of them up on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen we have that now. It's just a little bit easier to see from far away, but this is what we're making right now is the goblet on the right, and then on the left is the decanter for this year's theme as well. And we have to make 35 total decanters, 50 total goblets. So we're creeping towards that number 50 for the goblets by working on them today. Thank you. And right now we're just making the bowl of the goblet, of course, the drinking portion. So we've just finished the overall shape of the bowl. We've created this connection point where we'll attach the stem later on, and we're just now breaking it off of that pipe. So now that we have finished the bowl of the goblet, we'll knock it off onto this heated tray. We'll bring it over to the garage. Of course, that silver box right here, this is the garage. Just keeping it warm at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit while we finish off the rest of the goblet. And for those who just joined in, welcome into the hot shop. This is what we're working on. Luckily, you guys are close to the pedestal display. So we are making these goblets right now. And this is for our annual Red Hot auction coming up on the 20th of this month. We just finished off the bowl of a goblet, so the drinking portion. We set it aside just as you were coming in. I'm not sure if you saw them doing that, so I'll point out again. It's inside of the silver box there that has pipe sticking out of it, just keeping it warm. And now we'll see them start from the beginning. So Ben has gathered a fresh layer of clear glass on the end of his pipe. This is sitting at about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit when it's first gathered on the end of the pipe out of the furnace. So this has been blown out. We're using the jacks, which are those two straight metal blades, to squeeze in off the end of the pipe into that glass. So this is forming a breaking point. We'll break this piece off from that line later on. Just one step at a time. And I know some of you guys just joined in, so I'll point out we are getting started on another goblet, like you see on these front pedestals. And we're specifically starting with the bowl portion of the goblet. We'll move on to the stem and the foot a little bit later on. So now we're just adding on these bits of clear. This will be shaped into the ovolio. That's this connection point just between the stem and the bowl of the goblet. This is usually formed out of two small bits of molten glass. So, how we start is a little bit of a long question. So, or I guess long answer I meant to say. The tank with the closed door here, that is the glass furnace. So, it's got a large ceramic crucible inside that is just filled with molten glass. So, the way that we start is we take a heated pipe, we just dip it into that glass. When we turn, it gathers a ball on the end, a lot like getting honey on the end of a dowel. And it's sitting at just about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. At that temperature, it really is a lot like the texture of honey or lava. I compare it to lava a lot as well. So we pick it up on the end of our pipe. This glass is specifically using just single gathers of clear glass at a time, but if we want to make bigger pieces, we can gather layer upon layer of glass on top of each other. And then we do have two different kinds of pipes. There's the blow pipe and then there's a solid pipe. So for the color here, we're just bringing over solid color, so it's on the end of a solid pipe. Meanwhile, we have to blow out certain sections of the glass, such as the bowl and the stem. So we attached a pipe to the end of our piece of glass and we broke it off of its original pipe. And what this does, especially for blown pieces, is it's just flipping the orientation so that we can work on opening up this opposite end. And usually, the way that blown pieces work is we'll work on the bottom first and then the top. These are a little bit more complex. These are made in sections and then assembled together all at once. To thin out the walls of the goblet and to get it to the exact size we need, we'll trim off a little bit of excess glass with the shears. And this is when we bring over that same bit of color we used earlier. We'll use it again around the rim of the glass in something called a lip wrap. Just a rim of a different color. This is a deep red right here. It's a little bit hard to see from far away. Oh, the different colors, they come from different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into the clear glass mixture. And specifically, I'll make sure to show you an image of color bar. This is what we're using for this color in particular. Yeah, could I have the image of color bar on the screen, please? So this is color bar. We basically just break a section of this off and we'll attach it to the end of our pipe and heat it up, melt it down, and use it. But yeah, we don't make color ourselves, we just get it shipped in like this, and we don't have color pots, we don't have furnaces of colored glass, not here anyways. There are some hot shops that will have small pots of color. And then this is just flared open the rest of the way using the jacks, again, those two metal blades again. And you can see there, Ben just took a measurement of the glass. I've been getting questions throughout the day of how do they get these perfect, exact. Honestly, so far it's all mostly just eyeballing. These guys are so experienced. 20 to 30 years of glass blowing experience individually. And then this is knocked off of the pipe yet again onto a heated tray this time, and then carried over to the garage where it'll rest and just stay warm while we finish the rest of the piece. And when I say warm, by the way, the glass is sitting in there at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, so I know it's not what we would consider warm, but it's cold enough that the glass is not going to melt or change shape, hot enough that it's not going to break from thermal shock. It's mostly just experience when it comes to making all of these pieces so exact and so similar. But you can see some variation in height, maybe even in width for some of them. And those were the ones that were made yesterday, it looks like. Yeah, mass manufacturing is usually all machinery and equipment like that. So there are machines that can blow a bubble into a mold and kind of just move it through a step-by-step process. Or they do even have glass that's handmade, but it's more of an assembly line. So they have maybe a dozen people in a hot shop and they pass the piece off to the next person. And each person just has this one single role they play. And that makes it so each piece turns out very similar. Also, this slideshow that's playing on the screen is just showing off some of the previous Red Hot auction themes. So you could see the variety and how much the theme changes year after year. Again, this is this year's. Yeah, so sometimes, not every time, but sometimes they'll make multiple of these bowls in a row. It could be 3, it could be 6. They'll set them all aside at once, and then they'll start really whipping the pieces out. They'll just make all the stems and the feet at once and put them all together. I think it's partially for flow, and then I think it's also partially so if one component breaks, they could just have another one ready to go. And then they don't have to just pause the entire process or start over completely. And these pieces do end up taking less than 30 minutes each. Yesterday I was estimating about 30 minutes, but then they ended up making 13 of them. So any glass that falls on the floor, sadly, it just can't be reused. It's fallen and picked up debris, it's picked up wax. It may have colored glass and clear glass mixed together, so it can't be used for either one of those in a pure way anymore. So that scrap has to be thrown away. We do reuse the majority of our clear scrap, so anything you see put inside of those large metallic barrels, I don't know, I think they're kegs that they cut into, but those are specifically for clear glass only, and we crush that up and throw it back into the furnace and reuse it. So we do reuse a lot of glass. Yeah, all glass is mostly silica sand, and then to get different kinds of glass, different additional materials are mixed in. So our glass in the hot shop is a soda lime glass, so it has soda ash and limestone. But then there's other kinds of art glass as well, like the insects you saw in the gallery in that big case. Oh, I think those are so cool. But those are made from borosilicate, which is a scientific glass. So what they use for beakers and other scientific glassware, like I guess Pyrex too. So I guess someone Googled this while they were in the audience earlier and said that crystal had lead in it. So it's technically a type of leaded glass, it sounds like. And that would be the difference, is also just the different materials that are mixed in addition to the silica. Yeah, so exactly. Crystal and leaded glass. Lead has a really high density. It's really heavy. So when you add it to the glass, it's going to make the glass heavier. Just something interesting. So, no, we actually don't use any recycled glass bottles or anything. It's just a very, very pure glass mixture that we get shipped in and then we melt down in our furnaces. So it's specifically from a company that makes that mixture, and they put the exact amount of soda ash and limestone and lithium and everything we need inside of it already. Um, if we mix different kinds of glass together, they're incompatible. They have different coefficients of expansion, and they will break where they're connected. Yeah, once there's color and clear mixed together or multiple colors mixed together, we don't reuse it. But luckily, I always mention we don't usually end up having a ton of scrap or broken pieces, so we do end up reusing a lot of our glass. I've seen people mostly use bottles in kind of a fun way where they heat up the neck of the bottle and they stretch it out and shape it into a flower or a dragon head or something along those lines. I haven't seen anyone completely fill a furnace with recycled glass of any kind. I think because even bottles just themselves can be incompatible with other bottles and other jars, whatever people are recycling. So we're already starting the next one. Ben has blown a small clear bubble, and this is stuffed inside of a mold on the floor. This mold is giving us that repeating diamond pattern that we have on the surface of the stem. So this bubble that Gabe is blowing is actually going to turn into the foot of our goblet. So we'll bring that over. We will quite literally drop it onto the end of our stem. And then that bubble is cut off. So we do have a completely sealed bubble on the end of our pipe now. We have to open this up and flare it out into a plate-like shape. These ones specifically that are being made, these are going to go into the Red Hot auction that we have once a year. And that's coming up September 20th, so it's coming up very soon. These ones are sold for $250 each for these goblets. We're going to have 50 goblets and we're going to have 35 decanters, which we have right here on this pedestal as well. Yeah, they're beautiful. Each year we have this auction, we choose a different theme, and then based off of that theme, we create sets of goblets and decanters. Could I have the image of the pineapple mold up on the screen, please? So we are using this mold that you see an image of up on the screen, up there. And this is called the pineapple mold. It has all those inward facing spikes that are shaped a lot like pyramids or squares, so that creates that repeating diamond pattern for specifically the stem or the optic ball right here. And for those who just joined in, this is what we're working on right now. We will be starting with that optic ball at the center bench. Yeah, usually you'll see teams of 3 or 4 for glass blowing. It is possible to blow glass by yourself, but you have to make very specific things that don't require multiple people, or you have to have very tricky techniques to work by yourself. But yeah, usually you'll need someone on the end of the pipe blowing, you'll need someone sitting at the bench shaping, and then you need a third person to shield you from the radiant heat or to be an additional hand to help shape. Yeah, so this is the same thing you guys saw just when you came in. Gabe is blowing out another bubble. This will be turned into the foot of the goblet. Yeah, this is what they weren't happy with earlier, and they restarted. So this is dropped directly onto the end of the stem before being cut off. And then we'll go through the process of opening this bubble up and flaring it out into our plate-like shape for the foot. And just so you guys can get a glimpse of what we're working on, we're making these goblets right now. So we're starting with the foot. And we already have the bowl made for this goblet, by the way, for anyone that didn't see that happen earlier. So we'll eventually just bring that over and attach it to the top of the stem. So Sarah's just brought over a bit of color. This is the same color that we wrapped around the rim or the opening of the goblet. So we're just tying all those colors together. And this is just solid colored glass through and through. The different colors of glass come from different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into the clear glass mixture. And welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. Yeah, just as you were pointing out the pedestal, this is exactly what we're making right now. We already have the bowl of the goblet made. It's set aside. We are just going to finish off this lower section of the goblet, and then we'll be able to attach the two together. And to be able to attach them together, we have to break the stem off from this pipe that it was created on, just so we have access to the top of the stem. This all happens pretty quick. We are eventually going to be bringing over a small bit of clear glass and then immediately attach the bowl of the goblet. So this is done in one move. Then we'll prepare the top of the stem by heating it up with this MAPP gas. So we just added that small bit of clear. Since this is fresh out of the furnace and molten, it's basically acting like glue and holding these two pieces together. So just like that, we now have all of our pieces assembled. We have our entire goblet. We'll just straighten things out, get ready to break it off, and then put it away. And yeah, we've been making as many of these as we can fit in today because we are preparing for that auction coming up on the 20th this month. So we have to hit our goal of 50 goblets. We've already gotten a lot of them done, but we're just slowly creeping towards that number. A lot of these that you see on the pedestals were made yesterday, by the way. So they got 13 done yesterday. So this is the annealer. This box sits at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit all day, and we just continuously load pieces inside. It stays warm, and then eventually this box will slowly cool down overnight. This is the annealing cycle, and that just prevents it from breaking from thermal shock. So those pieces that we took out, they cooled starting about 5 p.m. yesterday, and then we opened up the box at 11 a.m. And welcome into the hot shop, everyone. We are working on these goblets, which you'll see on both of our front pedestals now. They just took some of these out from yesterday. They cooled down enough for us to see them. And luckily, you came in at a good time. We are just about to put another goblet together. So we're starting with the stem. We'll build the foot, and then we already have the bowl of the goblet made. We're just keeping it warm on the side, and then we'll bring that over and attach everything together. This is a pretty quick process. I think maybe about 15 minutes. But each of the goblets in total is about 30 minutes to create the bowl and to create that lower half, the stem and the foot. So right after blowing out this ball for the stem, we bring over a bit of clear. This is attached onto the end, and this is turned into a little disc, which we will attach the foot to later on. Could I have the pineapple mold image on the screen, please? So I wanted to show off this for anyone else who missed it or is curious. The way that we get that repeating diamond pattern in the optic ball and the stem, we are using the pineapple mold. So when we push the glass bubble inside of this mold, we get all of those indentations, all those imprints. And you're welcome to take a closer look. I've had people come in the front and just take a closer look at these. Can see the colors a lot better up close. So we brought over another bubble of glass. We dropped that onto the end of the stem. And now we've gone through the process of opening that bubble up. We've just created a very small opening in the end. And we'll be able to now go inside, start flaring this open into a plate-like shape to create the foot. And the way I was describing this to someone earlier that I think made sense is this is a motion almost like a flower unfurling. So it starts off just a small opening at the top, and then it slowly widens and then completely flattens out. Yeah, the temperature should be about the same. There's not a significant difference between the two that we're using at each of the benches, but the differences that I point out are the glass furnaces versus the glory holes or those reheating furnaces. So the reheating ones, of course, they run a little bit warmer at about 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit, but there's nothing physically inside of them. It's just natural gas being pushed in. And then the glass furnace, the tank with the closed door, this is holding a pool of molten glass inside of a giant ceramic crucible in the bottom. And that stays at a much more consistent temperature, right around 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. So those are the two pieces of equipment that I compare. And other than that, the ones that are similar to each other aren't necessarily very different from each other. Oh yeah, just in case anyone missed that, we brought over a small piece of colored glass. We lightly touched it down on the rim or the opening of that bubble. And then as we turned the pipe, that followed all the way around. And that's creating our rim of color for the foot specifically. But we did the same thing for the top of the glass as well. Now for a big moment, we've just brought over another pipe, some clear glass on the end as an attachment. We're attaching that to the center of the bottom of the foot that we just created, and then we break the entire thing off of the pipe that it was first created on. So what this does, we do this for a lot of blown pieces, all blown pieces, we flip the orientation of the piece like that so we can work on the other side. So now in just one move, after preparing the top of the stem, Sarah brings over a fresh bit of molten clear, attaches that just on top, and then immediately they bring that bowl over and attach that as well. And we just break this secondary pipe away and we're left with all of our pieces connected. Yeah, I know these are really fun to watch. They're quick, but they're also very addicting and mesmerizing. This is a wooden paddle, by the way. At this point, a lot of the glass is cooling down. It's becoming much more solid. We don't want to touch any cold metal tools to the glass, which could cause thermal shock. The glass is still just at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And then to break it off, we apply a little bit of water near the end of the pipe. Give it a little tap. And it looks like it broke cleanly off, so another goblet finished. And this goes inside of the annealer. This box will slowly cool this glass down overnight, which will prevent thermal shock.
So we'll slowly start to open up the bottom of the foot. We're making the goblets that are here on the podium. This is the bottom of the goblet. We'll switch it off of this rod and work on the top next. Now we'll attach the transfer rod to the bottom of the goblet, tap the pipe and release it. So we'll add a little bit of glass, which will function as the glue to hold the top and the bottom together. We'll put a little water on the back of the glass there. We'll tap it and we'll put it into the annealing oven where it'll cool down overnight. Let's give them a round of applause. So the process will start by heating up a steel rod, and then we'll dip it into the furnace to gather up some clear glass. And that is how we will start the bottom portion of our goblet. So now we'll connect the transfer rod. We'll disconnect the bottom of the goblet from the rod so we can place on the top portion of the cup on top of the small bubble. We'll add just a little bit of glass and then place the cup portion on top to complete the goblet. May we see some of the years past decanter and goblet sets from our annual Red Hot Gala?